break, for 20, 24, 36 hours straight. Not just logged on, typing. Investigators were baffled. Nobody could do that. Didn't he have to go to the bathroom? Was it some kind of automatic keyboard whacking device that could actually type code? A raid on the suspect's home revealed a situation of astonishing squalor. The hacker turned out to be a Pakistani computer science student who had flunked out of a California university. He'd gone completely underground as an illegal electronic immigrant, and was selling stolen phone service to stay alive. The place was not merely messy and dirty, but in a state of psychotic disorder. Powered by some weird mix of culture shock, computer addiction, and amphetamines, the suspect had in fact been sitting in front of his computer for a day and a half straight, with snacks and drugs at hand on the edge of his desk and a chamber pot under his chair. Word about stuff like this gets around in the hacker-tracker community. Carlton Fitzpatrick takes me for a guided tour by car around the Fletch grounds. One of our first sites is the biggest indoor firing range in the world. There are federal trainees in there, Fitzpatrick assures me politely, blasting away with a wide variety of automatic weapons, Uzis, Glocks, AK-47s. He's willing to take me inside. I tell him I'm sure that's really interesting, but I'd rather see his computers. Carlton Fitzpatrick seems quite surprised and pleased. I'm apparently the first journalist he's ever seen who has turned down the shooting gallery in favor of microchips. Our next stop is a favorite with touring congressmen, the 3-mile-long Fletch driving range. Here trainees of the Driver and Marine Division are taught high-speed pursuit skills, setting and breaking roadblocks, diplomatic security driving for VIP limousines. A favorite Fletch pastime is to strap a passing senator into the passenger seat beside a driver and marine trainer, hit 100 miles an hour, then take it right into the skid pan, a section of greased track where 2 tons of Detroit iron can whip and spin like a hockey puck. Cars don't fare well at Fletch. First they're rifled again and again for search practice. Then they do 25,000 miles of high-speed pursuit training. They get about 70 miles per set of steel-belted radials. Then it's off to the skid pan, where sometimes they roll and tumble headlong in the grease. When they're sufficiently grease-stained, dented, and creaky, they're sent to the roadblock unit, where they're battered without pity. And finally then they are sacrificed to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms, whose trainees learn the ins and outs of car bomb work by blowing them into smoking wreckage. There's a railroad boxcar on the Fletch grounds, and a large grounded boat, and a propless plane, all training grounds for searches. The plane sits forlornly on a patch of weedy tarmac next to an eerie blockhouse known as the Ninja Compound, where anti-terrorism specialists practice hostage rescues. As I gaze on this creepy paragon of modern low-intensity warfare, my nerves are jangled by a sudden staccato outburst of automatic weapons fire, somewhere in the woods to my right. 9mm Fitzpatrick judges calmly. Even the Eldritch Ninja compound pales somewhat compared to the truly surreal area known as the raid houses. This is a street lined on both sides with nondescript concrete block houses with flat pebbled roofs. They were once officers' quarters. Now they are training grounds. The first one to our left, Fitzpatrick tells me, has been specially adapted for computer search and seizure practice. Inside it has been wired for video from top to bottom, with 18 pan and tilt remotely controlled video cams mounted on walls and in corners. Every movement of the trainee agent is recorded live by teachers, for later taped analysis. Wasted movements, hesitations, possibly lethal tactical mistakes, all are gone over in detail. Perhaps the weirdest single aspect of this building is its front door, scarred and scuffed all along the bottom, from the repeated impact, day after day, of federal shoe leather. Down at the far end of the row of raid houses some people are practicing a murder. We drive by slowly as some very young and rather nervous-looking federal trainees interview a heavyset bald man on the raid house lawn. Dealing with murder takes a lot of practice. First you have to learn to control your own instinctive disgust and panic. Then you have to learn to control the reactions of a nerve-shredded crowd of civilians, some of whom may have just lost a loved one, some of whom may be murderers, quite possibly both at once. A dummy plays the corpse. The roles of the bereaved, the morbidly curious, and the homicidal are played, for pay, by local Georgians, waitresses, musicians, most anybody who needs to moonlight and can learn a script. These people, some of whom are Fleck regulars year after year, must surely have one of the strangest jobs in the world. Something about the scene, normal people in a weird situation, standing around talking in bright Georgia sunshine, unsuccessfully pretending that something dreadful has gone on, while a dummy lies inside on faked bloodstains. While behind this weird masquerade, like a nested set of Russian dolls, are grim future realities of real death, real violence, real murders of real people, that these young agents will really investigate, many times during their careers. Over and over. Will those anticipated murders look like this, feel like this, not as real as these amateur actors are trying to make it seem, but both as real and as numbingly unreal, as watching fake people standing around on a fake lawn? Something about this scene unhinges me. It seems nightmarish to me, Kafkaesque. I simply don't know how to take it, my head is turned around, I don't know whether to laugh, cry, or just shudder. When the tour is over, Carlton Fitzpatrick and I talk about computers. For the first time cyberspace seems like quite a comfortable place. It seems very real to me suddenly, a place where I know what I'm talking about, a place I'm used to. It's real. Real. Whatever. Carlton Fitzpatrick is the only person I've met in cyberspace circles who is happy with his present equipment. He's got a 5 meg RAM PC with a 112 meg hard disk, a 660 megs on the way. He's got a compact 386 desktop, and a Zenith 386 laptop with 120 meg. Down the hall is a NEC Multisync 2AM with a CD-ROM drive and a 9600 baud modem with 4 COM lines. There's a training mini computer, and a 10 meg local mini just for the center, and a lab full of student PC clones and half a dozen Macs or so. There's a Data General MV2500 with 8 meg on board and a 370 meg disk. Fitzpatrick plans to run a Unix board on the Data General when he's finished beta testing the software for it, which he wrote himself. It'll have email features, massive files on all manner of computer crime and investigation procedures, and will follow the computer security specifics of the Department of Defense Orange Book. He thinks it will be the biggest BBS in the federal government. Will it have frack on it? I ask Riley. Sure, he tells me. Frack, tap, Computer Underground Digest, all that stuff. With proper disclaimers, of course. I ask him if he plans to be the SysOp. Running a system that size is very time-consuming, and Fitzpatrick teaches 2 3-hour courses every day. No, he says seriously. Fletch has to get its money worth out of the instructors. He thinks he can get a local volunteer to do it, a high school student. He says a bit more, something I think about an Eagle Scout law enforcement liaison program, but my mind has rocketed off in disbelief. You're going to put a teenager in charge of a federal security BBS. I'm speechless. It hasn't escaped my notice that the Fletch Financial Fraud Institute is the ultimate hacker trashing target. There is stuff in here, stuff of such utter and consummate cool by every standard of the digital underground. I imagine the hackers of my acquaintance, fainting dead away from forbidden knowledge greed fits, at the mere prospect of cracking the super ultra top secret computers used to train the Secret Service in computer crime. Carlton, I babble, I'm sure he's a really nice kid and all, but that's a terrible temptation to set in front of somebody who's, into computers and just starting out. Yeah, he says, that did occur to me. For the first time I begin to suspect that he's pulling my leg. He seems proudest when he shows me an ongoing project called JIC, Joint Intelligence Control Council. It's based on the services provided by EPIC, the El Paso Intelligence Center, which supplies data and intelligence to the Drug Enforcement Administration, the Customs Service, the Coast Guard, and the state police of the 4 southern border states. Certain EPIC files can now be accessed by Drug Enforcement Police of Central America, South America and the Caribbean, who can also trade information among themselves. Using a telecom program called White Hat written by 2 brothers named Lopez from the Dominican Republic, police can now network internationally on inexpensive PCs. Carlton Fitzpatrick is teaching a class of drug war agents from the Third World, and he's very proud of their progress. Perhaps soon the sophisticated smuggling networks of the Medellin cartel will be matched by a sophisticated computer network of the Medellin cartel's sworn enemies. They'll track boats, track contraband, track the international drug lords who now leap over borders with great ease, defeating the police through the clever use of fragmented national jurisdictions. Jig and epic must remain beyond the scope of this book. They seem to me to be very large topics fraught with complications that I am not fit to judge. I do know, however, that the international, computer-assisted networking of police, across national boundaries, is something that Carlton Fitzpatrick considers very important, a harbinger of a desirable future. I also know that networks by their nature ignore physical boundaries. And I also know that where you put communications you put a community, and that when those communities become self-aware they will fight to preserve themselves and to expand their influence. I make no judgments whether this is good or bad. It's just cyberspace, it's just the way things are. I asked Carlton Fitzpatrick what advice he would have for a 20-year-old who wanted to shine someday in the world of electronic law enforcement. He told me that the number one rule was simply not to be scared of computers. You don't need to be an obsessive computer weenie, but you mustn't be buffaloed just because some machine looks fancy. The advantages computers give smart crooks are matched by the advantages they give smart cops. Cops in the future will have to enforce the law with their heads, not their holsters. Today you can make good cases without ever leaving your office. In the future, cops who resist the computer revolution will never get far beyond walking a beat. I asked Carlton Fitzpatrick if he had some single message for the public, some single thing that he would most like the American public to know about his work. He thought about it while. Yes, he said finally. Tell me the rules, and I'll teach those rules. He looked me straight in the eye. I do the best that I can. Part 4. The Civil Libertarians. The story of the hacker crackdown, as we have followed it thus far, has been technological, subcultural, criminal and legal. The story of the civil libertarians, though it partakes of all those other aspects, is profoundly and thoroughly political. In 1990, the obscure, long-simmering struggle over the ownership and nature of cyberspace became loudly and irretrievably public. People from some of the oddest corners of American society suddenly found themselves public figures. Some of these people found this situation much more than they had ever bargained for. They backpedaled, and tried to retreat back to the Mandarin obscurity of their cozy subcultural niches. This was generally to prove a mistake. But the civil libertarians seized the day in 1990. They found themselves organizing, propagandizing, podium pounding, persuading, touring, negotiating, posing for publicity photos, submitting to interviews, squinting in the limelight as they tried a tentative, but growingly sophisticated, buck-and-wing upon the public stage. It's not hard to see why the civil libertarians should have this competitive advantage. The hackers of the digital underground are an hermetic elite. They find it hard to make any remotely convincing case for their actions in front of the general public. Actually, hackers roundly despise the ignorant public, and have never trusted the judgment of the system. Hackers do propagandas, but only among themselves, mostly in giddy, badly spelled manifestos of class warfare, youth rebellion or naive techie utopianism. Hackers must strut and boast in order to establish and preserve their underground reputations. But if they speak out too loudly and publicly, they will break the fragile surface tension of the underground, and they will be harassed or arrested. Over the longer term, most hackers stumble, get busted, get betrayed, or simply give up. As a political force, the digital underground is hamstrung. The telcos, for their part, are an ivory tower under protracted siege. They have plenty of money with which to push their calculated public image, but they waste much energy and goodwill attacking one another with slanderous and demeaning ad campaigns. The telcos have suffered at the hands of politicians, and, like hackers, they don't trust the public's judgment. And this distrust may be well-founded. Should the general public of the high-tech 1990s come to understand its own best interests in telecommunications, that might well pose a grave threat to the specialized technical power and authority that the telcos have relished for over a century. The telcos do have strong advantages: loyal employees, specialized expertise, influence in the halls of power, tactical allies in law enforcement, and unbelievably vast amounts of money. But politically speaking, they lack genuine grassroots support. They simply don't seem to have many friends. Cops know a lot of things other people don't know. But cops willingly reveal only those aspects of their knowledge that they feel will meet their institutional purposes and further public order. Cops have respect. They have responsibilities, they have power in the streets and even power in the home, but cops don't do particularly well in limelight. When pressed, they will step out in the public gaze to threaten bad guys, or to cajole prominent citizens, or perhaps to sternly lecture the naive and misguided. But then they go back within their time-honored fortress of the station house, the courtroom and the rule book. The electronic civil libertarians, however, have proven to be born political animals. They seemed to grasp very early on the postmodern truism that communication is power. Publicity is power. Sound bites are power. The ability to shove one's issue onto the public agenda, and keep it there, is power. Fame is power. Simple personal fluency and eloquence can be power, if you can somehow catch the public's eye and ear. The civil libertarians had no monopoly on technical power. Though they all owned computers, most were not particularly advanced computer experts. They had a good deal of money, but nowhere near the earth-shaking wealth and the galaxy of resources possessed by telcos or federal agencies. They had no ability to arrest people. They carried out no freak and hacker covert dirty tricks. But they really knew how to network. Unlike the other groups in this book, the civil libertarians have operated very much in the open, more or less right in the public hurly-burly. They have lectured audiences galore and talked to countless journalists, and have learned to refine their spiels. They've kept the cameras clicking, kept those faxes humming, swapped that email, run those photocopiers on overtime, licked envelopes and spent small fortunes on airfare and long distance. In an information society, this open, overt, obvious activity has proven to be a profound advantage. In 1990, the civil libertarians of cyberspace assembled out of nowhere, in particular, at warp speed. This group, actually, a networking gaggle of interested parties which scarcely deserves even that loose term, has almost nothing in the way of formal organization. Those formal civil libertarian organizations which did take an interest in cyberspace issues, mainly the Computer Professionals for Social Responsibility and the American Civil Liberties Union, were carried along by events in 1990, and acted mostly as adjuncts, underwriters or launching pads. The civil libertarians nevertheless enjoyed the greatest success of any of the groups in the crackdown of 1990. At this writing, their future looks rosy and the political initiative is firmly in their hands. This should be kept in mind as we study the highly unlikely lives and lifestyles of the people who actually made this happen. In June 1989, Apple Computer, Inc., of Cupertino, California, had a problem. Someone had illicitly copied a small piece of Apple's proprietary software which controlled an internal chip driving the Macintosh screen display. This color quick draw source code was a closely guarded piece of Apple's intellectual property. Only trusted Apple insiders were supposed to possess it. But the new Prometheus League wanted things otherwise. This person, or persons, made several illicit copies of this source code, perhaps as many as 24. He, or she, or they, then put those illicit floppy disks into envelopes and mailed them to people all over America, people in the computer industry who were associated with, but not directly employed by, Apple Computer. The new Prometheus caper was a complex, highly ideological, and very hacker-like crime. Prometheus, it will be recalled, stole the fire of the gods and gave this potent gift to the general ranks of downtrodden mankind. A similar God-in-the-manger attitude was implied for the corporate elite of Apple Computer, while the new Prometheus had himself cast in the role of rebel demigod. The illicitly copied data was given away for free. The new Prometheus, whoever he was, escaped the fate of the ancient Greek Prometheus, who was chained to a rock for centuries by the vengeful gods while an eagle tore and ate his liver. On the other hand, new Prometheus chickened out somewhat by comparison with his role model. The small chunk of color quick-draw code he had filched and replicated was more or less useless to Apple's industrial rivals, or, in fact, to anyone else. Instead of giving fire to mankind, it was more as if new Prometheus had photocopied the schematics for part of a big lighter. The act was not a genuine work of industrial espionage. It was best interpreted as a symbolic, deliberate slap in the face for the Apple corporate hierarchy. Apple's internal struggles were well known in the industry. Apple's founders, Jobs and Wozniak, had both taken their leave long since. Their raucous core of senior employees had been a barnstorming crew of 1960s Californians, many of them markedly less than happy with the new button-down multimillion-dollar regime at Apple. Many of the programmers and developers who had invented the Macintosh model in the early 1980s had also taken their leave of the company. It was they, not the current masters of Apple's corporate fate, who had invented the stolen color quick draw code. The new Prometheus stunt was well calculated to wound company morale. Apple called the FBI. The Bureau takes an interest in high-profile intellectual property theft cases, industrial espionage and theft of trade secrets. These were likely the right people to call, and rumor has it that the entities responsible were in fact discovered by the FBI, and then quietly squelched by Apple management. New Prometheus was never publicly charged with a crime, or prosecuted, or jailed. But there were no further illicit releases of Macintosh internal software. Eventually the painful issue of New Prometheus was allowed to fade. In the meantime, however, a large number of puzzled bystanders found themselves entertaining surprise guests from the FBI. One of these people was John Perry Barlow. Barlow is a most unusual man, difficult to describe in conventional terms. He is perhaps best known as a songwriter for the Grateful Dead, for he composed lyrics for Hell in a Bucket, Picasso, Moon, Mexicali Blues, I Need a Miracle and many more. He has been writing for the band since 1970. Before we tackle the vexing question as to why a rock lyricist should be interviewed by the FBI in a computer crime case, it might be well to say a word or two about the Grateful Dead. The Grateful Dead are perhaps the most successful and long-lasting of the numerous cultural emanations from the Haight-Ashbury district of San Francisco, in the glory days of movement politics and lysergic transcendence. The Grateful Dead are a nexus, a veritable whirlwind, of applique decals, psychedelic vans, tie-dyed t-shirts, earth-color denim, frenzied dancing and open and unashamed drug use. The symbols, and the realities, of Californian freak power surround the Grateful Dead like knotted macrame. The Grateful Dead and their thousands of Deadhead devotees are radical bohemians. This much is widely understood. Exactly what this implies in the 1990s is rather more problematic. The Grateful Dead are among the world's most popular and wealthy entertainers, number 20, according to Forbes magazine, right between MC Hammer and Sean Connery. In 1990, this jeans-clad group of purported raffish outcasts earned $17 million. They have been earning sums much along this line for quite some time now. And while the Dead are not investment bankers or three-piece suit tax specialists, they are, in point of fact, hippie musicians. This money has not been squandered in senseless bohemian excess. The Dead have been quietly active for many years, funding various worthy activities in their extensive and widespread cultural community. The Grateful Dead are not conventional players in the American power establishment. They nevertheless are something of a force to be reckoned with. They have a lot of money and a lot of friends in many places, both likely and unlikely. The dead may be known for back-to-the-earth environmentalist rhetoric, but this hardly makes them anti-technological Luddites. On the contrary, like most rock musicians, the Grateful Dead have spent their entire adult lives in the company of complex electronic equipment. They have funds to burn on any sophisticated tool and toy that might happen to catch their fancy. And their fancy is quite extensive. The Deadhead community boasts any number of recording engineers, lighting experts, rock video mavens, electronic technicians of all descriptions. And the drift goes both ways. Steve Wozniak, Apple's co-founder, used to throw rock festivals. Silicon Valley rocks out. These are the 1990s, not the 1960s. Today, for a surprising number of people all over America, the supposed dividing line between bohemian and technician simply no longer exists. People of this sort may have a set of wind chimes and a dog with a knotted kerchief round its neck, but they are also quite likely to own a multi-megabyte Macintosh running MIDI synthesizer software and trippy fractal simulations. These days, even Timothy Leary himself, prophet of LSD, does virtual reality computer graphics demos in his lecture tours. John Perry Barlow is not a member of the Grateful Dead. He is, however, a ranking deadhead. Barlow describes himself as a techno-crank. A vague term like social activist might not be far from the mark, either. But Barlow might be better described as a poet, if one keeps in mind Percy Shelley's archaic definition of poets as unacknowledged legislators of the world. Barlow once made a stab at acknowledged legislator status. In 1987, he narrowly missed the Republican nomination for a seat in the Wyoming State Senate. Barlow is a Wyoming native, the third-generation scion of a well-to-do cattle ranching family. He is in his early 40s, married and the father of 3 daughters. Barlow is not much troubled by other people's narrow notions of consistency. In the late 1980s, this Republican rock lyricist cattle rancher sold his ranch and became a computer telecommunications devotee. The free-spirited Barlow made this transition with ease. He genuinely enjoyed computers. With a beep of his modem, he leapt from small-town Pinedale, Wyoming, into electronic contact with a large and lively crowd of bright, inventive, technological sophisticates from all over the world. Barlow found the social milieu of computing attractive, its fast-lane pace, its blue-sky rhetoric, its open-endedness. Barlow began dabbling in computer journalism, with marked success, as he was a quick study, and both shrewd and eloquent. He frequently traveled to San Francisco to network with deadhead friends. There Barlow made extensive contacts throughout the Californian computer community, including friendships among the wilder spirits at Apple. In May 1990, Barlow received a visit from a local Wyoming agent of the FBI. The new Prometheus case had reached Wyoming. Barlow was troubled to find himself under investigation in an area of his interests once quite free of federal attention. He had to struggle to explain the very nature of computer crime to a head-scratching local FBI man who specialized in cattle rustling. Barlow, chatting helpfully and demonstrating the wonders of his modem to the puzzled Fed, was alarmed to find all hackers generally under FBI suspicion as an evil influence in the electronic community. The FBI, in pursuit of a hacker called New Prometheus, were tracing attendees of a suspect group called the Hackers Conference. The Hackers Conference, which had been started in 1984, was a yearly Californian meeting of digital pioneers and enthusiasts. The hackers of the Hackers Conference had little if anything to do with the hackers of the digital underground. On the contrary, the hackers of this conference were mostly well-to-do Californian high-tech CEOs, consultants, journalists and entrepreneurs. This group of hackers were the exact sort of hackers most likely to react with militant fury at any criminal degradation of the term hacker. Barlow, though he was not arrested or accused of a crime, and though his computer had certainly not gone out the door, was very troubled by this anomaly. He carried the word to the well. Like the Hackers Conference, the well was an emanation of the Point Foundation. Point Foundation, the inspiration of a wealthy Californian 60s radical named Stuart Brand, was to be a major launch pad of the civil libertarian effort. Point Foundation's cultural efforts, like those of their fellow Bay Area Californians the Grateful Dead, were multifaceted and multitudinous. Rigid ideological consistency had never been a strong suit of the Whole Earth catalog. This Point publication had enjoyed a strong vogue during the late 60s and early 70s, when it offered hundreds of practical, and not so practical, tips on communitarian living, environmentalism, and getting back to the land. The Whole Earth Catalog, and its sequels, sold 2.5 million copies and won a National Book Award. With the slow collapse of American radical dissent, the Whole Earth Catalog had slipped to a more modest corner of the cultural radar, but in its magazine incarnation, Coevolution Quarterly, the Point Foundation continued to offer a magpie potpourri of access to tools and ideas. Coevolution Quarterly, which started in 1974, was never a widely popular magazine. Despite periodic outbreaks of millenarian fervor, Coevolution Quarterly failed to revolutionize Western civilization and replace leaden centuries of history with bright new Californian paradigms. Instead, this propaganda arm of Point Foundation cakewalked a fine line between impressive brilliance and New Age flakiness. Coevolution Quarterly carried no advertising, cost a lot, and came out on cheap newsprint with modest black and white graphics. It was poorly distributed, and spread mostly by subscription and word of mouth. It could not seem to grow beyond 30,000 subscribers. And yet, it never seemed to shrink much, either. Year in, year out, decade in, decade out, some strange demographic minority accreted to support the magazine. The enthusiastic readership did not seem to have much in the way of coherent politics or ideals. It was sometimes hard to understand what held them together. if the often bitter debate in the letter columns could be described as togetherness. But if the magazine did not flourish, it was resilient, it got by. Then, in 1984, the birth year of the Macintosh computer, Coevolution Quarterly suddenly hit the rapids. Point Foundation had discovered the computer revolution. Out came the Whole Earth Software Catalog of 1984, arousing head-scratching doubts among the tie-dyed faithful, and rabid enthusiasm among the nascent cyberpunk milieu, present company included. Point Foundation started its yearly Hackers Conference, and began to take an extensive interest in the strange new possibilities of digital counterculture. Coevolution Quarterly folded its TP, replaced by Whole Earth Software Review and eventually by Whole Earth Review, the magazine's present incarnation, currently under the editorship of virtual reality maven Howard Ringgold. 1985 saw the birth of the Well, the Whole Earth Electronic Link. The Well was Point Foundation's bulletin board system. As boards went, the Well was an anomaly from the beginning, and remained one. It was local to San Francisco. It was huge, with multiple fanellins and enormous files of commentary. Its complex Unix-based software might be most charitably described as user-opaque. It was run on a mainframe out of the rambling offices of a non-profit cultural foundation in Sausalito. And it was crammed with fans of the Grateful Dead. Though the Well was peopled by chattering hipsters of the Bay Area counterculture, it was by no means a digital underground board. Teenagers were fairly scarce. Most Well users, known as well-beings, were 30 and 40-something baby boomers. They tended to work in the information industry, hardware, software, telecommunications, media, entertainment. Librarians, academics, and journalists were especially common on the Well, attracted by Point Foundation's open-handed distribution of tools and ideas. There were no anarchy files on the Well, scarcely a dropped hint about access codes or credit card theft. No one-used handles. Vicious flame wars were held to a comparatively civilized rumble. Debates were sometimes sharp, but no well-being ever claimed that a rival had disconnected his phone, trashed his house, or posted his credit card numbers. The Well grew slowly as the 1980s advanced. It charged a modest sum for access and storage, and lost money for years, but not enough to hamper the Point Foundation, which was non-profit anyway. By 1990, the Well had about 5,000 users. These users wandered about a gigantic cyberspace smorgasbord of conferences, each conference itself consisting of a welter of topics, each topic containing dozens, sometimes hundreds of comments, in a tumbling, multi-person debate that could last for months or years on end. In 1991, the Well's list of conferences looked like this: Conferences on the Well Screen Zine Digest, G-Zine, Best of the Well, Vintage Material, G-Best, Index listing of new topics in all conferences, G-New Tops, Business, Education Apple Library Users Group, G-Alog, Agriculture, G-Agri, Brainstorming, G brain, classifieds, G clo, computer journalism, GCJ, consultants, G consult, consumers, G cons, design, G design, desktop publishing, G desk, disability, G disability, education, G ed, energy, G energy 91, entrepreneurs, G enter, homeowners, G home, indexing, G indexing, investments, G invest, kids 91, G kids, legal, G legal, one person business, G1, periodical / newsletter, GPO, telecom law, GTCL, the future, G-fute, translators, G-trans, travel, G-tro, work, G-work, Electronic Frontier Foundation, GF, computers, freedom and privacy, GCFP, computer professionals for social responsibility, GCPSR, social, political, humanities. Aging, G Gray, AIDS, G AIDS, Amnesty International, G Amnesty, Archives, G Arc, Barclay, G Burke, Buddhist, G Wonderland, Christian, G Cross, couples, G couples, current events, G car, dreams, G dream, drugs, G drew, East Coast, G East, emotional health G private, erotica, G eros, environment, G env, firearms, G firearms, First Amendment, G first, fringes of reason, G fringes, gay, G gay, gay, private, hash, G gay priv, geography, G geo, German, G German, Gulf War, G Gulf, Hawaii, G aloha, health, G heal, history, G hist, holistic, G holi, interview, G inter, Italian, G ital, Jewish, G Jew, liberty, G liberty, mind, G mind, miscellaneous, G misc, men on the well at, G mo, network integration, G origin, non-profits, G non, North Bay, G north, northwest, GNW, Pacific Rim, G Pac Rim, parenting, G pa, peace, GP, peninsula, G pen, poetry, G poetry, philosophy, G phi, politics, G paul, psychology, G psy, psychotherapy, G therapy, recovery G recovery, San Francisco, G San Fran, scams, G scam, sexuality, G sex, singles, G singles, southern, G south, Spanish, G Spanish, spirituality, G spirit, Tibet, G Tibet, transportation, G transport, true confessions, G true, unclear, G unclear, well writers workshop at, G www, whole earth, G we, women on the well at, G wow, words, G words, writers, G ri, at private conference, male Willie for entry at private conference, male Sonia for entry at private conference, male Flash for entry at private conference, male Reva for entry private conference, male Hoodoo for entry private conference, male Dork for entry arts, recreation, entertainment art.com electronic net, G-ASIN, audio-videophilia, G-out, bicycles, G-bike, Bay Area tonight at, G-bat, boating, G-wet, books, G-books, CDs, G-CD, comics, G-comics, cooking, G-cook, flying, G-flying, fun, G-fun, games, G-games, gardening, G-god, kids, G-kids, night owls at, G-owl, jokes, G-jokes, MIDI, G-MIDI, movies, G-movies, motorcycling, G-ride, motoring, G-car, music, G-muse, on stage, G-on stage, pets, G-pets, radio, G-rad, restaurant, G-rest, science fiction, G-SF, sports, G-spo, Star Trek, G-trek, television, G-TV, theater, G-theater, weird, G-weird, zines /fact sheet 5, GF5, at open from midnight to 6 a.m. at updated daily Grateful Dead, GGD, Dead Plan at, GDP, Deadlit, G-deadlit, feedback, G-feedback, GD hour, GGDH, tapes, G-tapes, tickets, G-ticks, tours, G-tours, at private conference. Mail TNF for entry computers AI /4/real time, G real time, Amiga, G Amiga, Apple, G app, computer books, G book, art and graphics, G grow, hacking, G hack, hypercard, G hype, IBM PC, G IBM, LANs, G LAN, laptop, G lap, Macintosh, G Mac, MacTech, G MacTech, Microtimes, G Microx, Mucho Media, G Mucho, Next, G Next, OS/2, G OS2, printers, G Print, Programmers Net, G Net, SIGGRAPH, G SIGGRAPH, software design, GSDC, software/programming, G software, software support, GSSC, Unix, G Unix, Windows, G Windows, word processing, G Word, technical, communications BIONFO, G BIONFO, info, G Boing, media, G Media, Napalps, G Napalps, NetWeaver, G NetWeaver, Networld, G Networld, Packet Radio, G Packet, photography, G Pho, radio, G Rad, science, G Science, technical writers, G Tech, telecommunications, G Tele, Usenet, G Usenet, video, G Vid, virtual reality, G VR, the well itself deeper, G deeper, entry, G ent, general, G gentech, help, G help, hosts, G hosts, policy, G policy, system news, G news, test, G test. The list itself is dazzling, bringing to the untutored eye a dizzying impression of a bizarre milieu of mountain climbing Hawaiian holistic photographers trading true-life confessions with bisexual word processing Tibetans. But this confusion is more apparent than real. Each of these conferences was a little cyberspace world in itself, comprising dozens and perhaps hundreds of subtopics. Each conference was commonly frequented by a fairly small, fairly like-minded community of perhaps a few dozen people. It was humanly impossible to encompass the entire well, especially since access to the well's mainframe computer was billed by the hour. Most long-time users contented themselves with a few favorite topical neighborhoods, with the occasional foray elsewhere for a taste of exotica. But especially important news items, and hot topical debates, could catch the attention of the entire well community. Like any community, the well had its celebrities, and John Perry Barlow, the silver-tongued and silver-modemed lyricist of the Grateful Dead, ranked prominently among them. It was here on the well that Barlow posted his true-life tale of computer crime encounter with the FBI. The story, as might be expected, created a great stir. The well was already primed for hacker controversy. In December 1989, Harper's Magazine had hosted a debate on the well about the ethics of illicit computer intrusion. While over 40 various computer mavens took part, Barlow proved a star in the debate. So did Acid Freak and Fiber Optic, a pair of young New York hacker freaks whose skills at telco switching station intrusion were matched only by their apparently limitless hunger for fame. The advent of these two boldly swaggering outlaws in the precincts of the well created a sensation akin to that of Black Panthers at a cocktail party for the radically chic. Fiber Optic in particular was to seize the day in 1990. A devotee of the 2600 Circle and stalwart of the New York hackers group Masters of Deception, Fiber Optic was a splendid exemplar of the computer intruder as committed dissident. The 18-year-old Optic, a high school dropout and part-time computer repairman, was young, smart, and ruthlessly obsessive, a sharp-dressing, sharp-talking digital dude who was utterly and airily contemptuous of anyone's rules but his own. By late 1991, Fiber Optic had appeared in Harper's, Esquire, the New York Times, in countless public debates and conventions, even on a television show hosted by Geraldo Rivera. Treated with gingerly respect by Barlow and other well mavens, Fiber Optic swiftly became a well celebrity. Strangely, despite his thorny attitude and utter single-mindedness, Fiber Optic seemed to arouse strong protective instincts in most of the people who met him. He was great copy for journalists, always fearlessly ready to swagger, and, better yet, to actually demonstrate some off-the-wall digital stunt. He was a born media darling. Even cops seemed to recognize that there was something peculiarly unworldly and uncriminal about this particular troublemaker. He was so bold, so flagrant, so young, and so obviously doomed, that even those who strongly disapproved of his actions grew anxious for his welfare, and began to flutter about him as if he were an endangered seal pup. In the 24th of January 1990, 9 days after the Martin Luther King Day crash, Fiber Optic, Acid Freak, and a third NYC scofflaw named Scorpion were raided by the Secret Service. Their computers went out the door, along with the usual blizzard of papers, notebooks, compact discs, answering machines, Sony Walkmans, etc. Both Acid Freak and Fiber Optic were accused of having caused the crash, the mills of justice ground slowly. The case eventually fell into the hands of the New York State Police. Fibber had lost his machinery in the raid, but there were no charges filed against him for over a year. His predicament was extensively publicized on the Well, where it caused much resentment for police tactics. It's one thing to merely hear about a hacker raided or busted, it's another to see the police attacking someone you've come to know personally, and who has explained his motives at length. Through the Harper's debate on the Well, it had become clear to the well-beings that fiber optic was not in fact going to hurt anything. In their own salad days, many well-beings had tasted tear gas in pitched street battles with police. They were inclined to indulgence for acts of civil disobedience. Well-beings were also startled to learn of the draconian thoroughness of a typical hacker search and seizure. It took no great stretch of imagination for them to envision themselves suffering much the same treatment. As early as January 1990, sentiment on the Well had already begun to sour, and people had begun to grumble that hackers were getting a raw deal from the ham-handed powers that be. The resultant issue of Harper's Magazine posed the question as to whether computer intrusion was a crime at all. As Barlow put it later, "I've begun to wonder if we wouldn't also regard spelunkers as desperate criminals if AT&T owned all the caves." In February 1991, more than a year after the raid on his home, Fiber Optic was finally arrested, and was charged with first-degree computer tampering and computer trespass, New York State offenses. He was also charged with a theft of service misdemeanor, involving a complex free call scam to a 900 number. Fiber Optic pled guilty to the misdemeanor charge, and was sentenced to 35 hours of community service. This passing harassment from the unfathomable world of straight people seemed to bother Optic himself little if at all. Deprived of his computer by the January search and seizure, he simply bought himself a portable computer so the cops could no longer monitor the phone where he lived with his mom, and he went right on with his depredations, sometimes on live radio or in front of television cameras. The Crackdown raid may have done little to dissuade Fiber Optic, but its galling effect on the well-beings was profound. As 1990 rolled on, the slings and arrows mounted, the Night Lightning raid, the Steve Jackson raid, the nation-spanning Operation Sun Devil. The rhetoric of law enforcement made it clear that there was, in fact, a concerted crackdown on hackers in progress. The hackers of the Hackers Conference, the well-beings, and their ilk, did not really mind the occasional public misapprehension of hacking. If anything, this membrane of differentiation from straight society made the computer community feel different, smarter, better. They had never before been confronted, however, by a concerted vilification campaign. Barlow's central role in the counter-struggle was one of the major anomalies of 1990. Journalists investigating the controversy often stumbled over the truth about Barlow, but they commonly dusted themselves off and hurried on as if nothing had happened. It was as if it were too much to believe that a 1960s freak from the Grateful Dead had taken on a federal law enforcement operation head-to-head and actually seemed to be winning. Barlow had no easily detectable power base for a political struggle of this kind. He had no formal legal or technical credentials. Barlow was, however, a computer networker of truly stellar brilliance. He had a poet's gift of concise, colorful phrasing. He also had a journalist's shrewdness, an off-the-wall, self-deprecating wit, and a phenomenal wealth of simple personal charm. The kind of influence Barlow possessed is fairly common currency in literary, artistic, or musical circles. A gifted critic can wield great artistic influence simply through defining the temper of the times, by coining the catchphrases and the terms of debate that become the common currency of the period. And as it happened, Barlow was a part-time art critic, with a special fondness for the Western art of Frederick Remington. Barlow was the first commentator to adopt William Gibson's striking science-fictional term cyberspace as a synonym for the present-day nexus of computer and telecommunications networks. Barlow was insistent that cyberspace should be regarded as a qualitatively new world, a frontier. According to Barlow, the world of electronic communications, now made visible through the computer screen, could no longer be usefully regarded as just a tangle of high-tech wiring. Instead, it had become a place, cyberspace, which demanded a new set of metaphors, a new set of rules and behaviors. The term, as Barlow employed it, struck a useful chord, and this concept of cyberspace was picked up by Time, Scientific American, computer police, hackers, and even constitutional scholars. Cyberspace now seems likely to become a permanent fixture of the language. Barlow was very striking in person, a tall, craggy-faced, bearded, deep-voiced Wyomingan in a dashing Western ensemble of jeans, jacket, cowboy boots, a knotted throat kerchief and an ever-present Grateful Dead cloison lapel pin. Armed with a modem, however, Barlow was truly in his element. Formal hierarchies were not Barlow's strong suit. He rarely missed a chance to belittle the large organizations and their drones with their uptight, institutional mindset. Barlow was very much of the free spirit persuasion, deeply unimpressed by brass hats and jacks in office. But when it came to the digital grapevine, Barlow was a cyberspace adhocrat par excellence. There was not a mighty army of Barlows. There was only one Barlow, and he was a fairly anomalous individual. However, the situation only seemed to require a single Barlow. In fact, after 1990, many people must have concluded that a single Barlow was far more than they'd ever bargained for. Barlow's querulous mini-essay about his encounter with the FBI struck a strong chord on the well. A number of other free spirits on the fringes of Apple computing had come under suspicion, and they liked it not one whit better than he did. One of these was Mitchell Caper, the co-inventor of the spreadsheet program Lotus 1-2-3 and the founder of Lotus Development Corporation. Caper had written off the passing indignity of being fingerprinted down at his own local Boston FBI headquarters, but Barlow's post made the full national scope of the FBI's dragnet clear to Caper. The issue now had Caper's full attention. As the Secret Service swung into anti-hacker operation nationwide in 1990, Caper watched every move with deep skepticism and growing alarm. As it happened, Caper had already met Barlow, who had interviewed Caper for a California computer journal. Like most people who met Barlow, Caper had been very taken with him. Now Caper took it upon himself to drop in on Barlow for a heart-to-heart talk about the situation. Caper was a regular on the Well. Caper had been a devotee of the Whole Earth catalog since the beginning, and treasured a complete run of the magazine. And Caper not only had a modem, but a private jet. In pursuit of the scattered high-tech investments of Caper Enterprises Incorporated, his personal, multimillion-dollar holding company, Caper commonly crossed state lines with about as much thought as one might give to faxing a letter. The Caper-Barlow Council of June 1990, in Pinedale, Wyoming, was the start of the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Barlow swiftly wrote a manifesto, Crime and Puzzlement, which announced his, and Caper's, intention to form a political organization to raise and disperse funds for education, lobbying, and litigation in the areas relating to digital speech and the extension of the Constitution into cyberspace. Furthermore, proclaimed the manifesto, the Foundation would fund, conduct, and support legal efforts to demonstrate that the Secret Service has exercised prior restraint on publications, limited free speech, conducted improper seizure of equipment and data, used undue force, and generally conducted itself in a fashion which is arbitrary, oppressive, and unconstitutional. Crime and Puzzlement was distributed far and wide through computer networking channels, and also printed in the Whole Earth Review. The sudden declaration of a coherent, politicized counter-strike from the ranks of hackerdom electrified the community. Steve Wozniak, perhaps a bit stung by the new Prometheus scandal, swiftly offered to match any funds Caper offered the foundation. John Gilmore, one of the pioneers of Sun Microsystems, immediately offered his own extensive financial and personal support. Gilmore, an ardent libertarian, was to prove an eloquent advocate of electronic privacy issues, especially freedom from governmental and corporate computer-assisted surveillance of private citizens. A second meeting in San Francisco rounded up further allies: Stuart Brand of the Point Foundation, virtual reality pioneers Jaron Lanier and Chuck Blanchard, network entrepreneur and venture capitalist Nat Goldhaber. At this dinner meeting, the activists settled on a formal title: the Electronic Frontier Foundation, Incorporated. Caper became its president. A new conference was opened on the Point Foundation's well, and the well was declared the home of the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Press coverage was immediate and intense. Like their 19th-century spiritual ancestors, Alexander Graham Bell and Thomas Watson, the high-tech computer entrepreneurs of the 1970s and 1980s, People such as Wozniak, Jobs, Capper, Gates, and H. Ross Perot, who had raised themselves by their bootstraps to dominate a glittering new industry, had always made very good copy. But while the well-beings rejoiced, the press in general seemed nonplussed by the self-declared civilizers of cyberspace. F's insistence that the war against hackers involved grave constitutional civil liberties issues seemed somewhat far-fetched, especially since none of F's organizers were lawyers or established politicians. The business press in particular found it easier to seize on the apparent core of the story, that high-tech entrepreneur Mitchell Capper had established a defense fund for hackers. Was F a genuinely important political development, or merely a clique of wealthy eccentrics, dabbling in matters better left to the proper authorities? The jury was still out. But the stage was now set for open confrontation. And the first and the most critical battle was the hacker show trial of Night Lightning. It has been my practice throughout this book to refer to hackers only by their handles. There is little to gain by giving the real names of these people, many of whom are juveniles, many of whom have never been convicted of any crime, and many of whom had unsuspecting parents who have already suffered enough. But the trial of Night Lightning on July 24–27, 1990, made this particular hacker a nationally known public figure. It can do no particular harm to himself or his family if I repeat the long-established fact that his name is Craig Niedorf, pronounced Nidorf. Niedorf's jury trial took place in the United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois, Eastern Division, with the Honorable Nicholas J. Boer presiding. The United States of America was the plaintiff, the defendant Mr. Niedorf. The defendant's attorney was Sheldon T. Zenner of the Chicago firm of Catton, Muchin and Zavis. The prosecution was led by the stalwarts of the Chicago Computer Fraud and Abuse Task Force, William J. Cook, Colleen D. Coughlin, and David A. Glockner, all assistant United States attorneys. The Secret Service case agent was Timothy M. Foley. It will be recalled that Niedorf was the co-editor of an underground hacker magazine called Frack. Frack was an entirely electronic publication, distributed through bulletin boards and over electronic networks. It was amateur publication given away for free. Niedorf had never made any money for his work in Frack. Neither had his unindicted co-editor Taran King or any of the numerous Frack contributors. The Chicago Computer Fraud and Abuse Task Force, however, had decided to prosecute Niedorf as a fraudster. To formally admit that Frack was a magazine and Niedorf a publisher was to open a prosecutorial Pandora's box of First Amendment issues. To do this was to play into the hands of Zenner and his F advisors, which now included a phalanx of prominent New York civil rights lawyers as well as the formidable legal staff of Catton, Muchin and Zavis. Instead, the prosecution relied heavily on the issue of access device fraud, Section 1029 of Title 18, the section from which the Secret Service drew its most direct jurisdiction over computer crime. Niedorf's alleged crimes centered around the E911 document. He was accused of having entered into a fraudulent scheme with the Prophet, who, it will be recalled, was the Atlanta Lodi member who had illicitly copied the E911 document from the Bell South Ames system. The Prophet himself was also a co-defendant in the Niedorf case, part and parcel of the alleged fraud scheme to steal Bell South's E911 document, and to pass the document across state lines, which helped establish the Niedorf trial as a federal case. The Prophet, in the spirit of full cooperation, had agreed to testify against Niedorf. In fact, all three of the Atlanta crews stood ready to testify against Niedorf. Their own federal prosecutors in Atlanta had charged the Atlanta Three with a. Conspiracy, b. Computer fraud, c. Wire fraud, d. Access device fraud, and e. Interstate transportation of stolen property. Title 18, Sections 371, 1030, 1343, 1029, and 2314. Faced with this blizzard of trouble, Prophet and leftist had ducked any public trial and had pled guilty to reduced charges, one conspiracy count apiece. Ervil had pled guilty to that odd bit of Section 1029 which makes it illegal to possess 15 or more illegal access devices, in his case, computer passwords. And their sentences were scheduled for the 14th of September, 1990, well after the Niedorf trial. As witnesses, they could presumably be relied upon to behave. Niedorf, however, was pleading innocent. Most everyone else caught up in the crackdown had cooperated fully and pled guilty in hope of reduced sentences. Steve Jackson was a notable exception, of course, and had strongly protested his innocence from the very beginning. But Steve Jackson could not get a day in court. Steve Jackson had never been charged with any crime in the first place. Niedorf had been urged to plead guilty. But Niedorf was a political science major and was disinclined to go to jail for fraud when he had not made any money, had not broken into any computer, and had been publishing a magazine that he considered protected under the First Amendment. Niedorf's trial was the only legal action of the entire crackdown that actually involved bringing the issues at hand out for a public test in front of a jury of American citizens. Niedorf, too, had cooperated with investigators. He had voluntarily handed over much of the evidence that had led to his own indictment. He had already admitted in writing that he knew that the E911 document had been stolen before he had published it in FRAC, or, from the prosecution's point of view, illegally transported stolen property by wire in something purporting to be a publication. But even if the publication of the E911 document was not held to be a crime, that wouldn't let Niedorf off the hook. Niedorf had still received the E911 document when Prophet had transferred it to him from Rich Andrews' Jolnet node. On that occasion, it certainly hadn't been published, it was hacker booty, pure and simple, transported across state lines. The Chicago Task Force led a Chicago grand jury to indict Niedorf on a set of charges that could have put him in jail for 30 years. When some of these charges were successfully challenged before Niedorf actually went to trial, the Chicago Task Force rearranged his indictment so that he faced a possible jail term of over 60 years. As a first offender, it was very unlikely that Niedorf would in fact receive a sentence so drastic. But the Chicago Task Force clearly intended to see Niedorf put in prison, and his conspiratorial magazine put permanently out of commission. This was a federal case, and Niedorf was charged with the fraudulent theft of property worth almost $80,000. William Cook was a strong believer in high-profile prosecutions with symbolic overtones. He often published articles on his work in the security trade press, arguing that a clear message had to be sent to the public at large and the computer community in particular that unauthorized attacks on computers and the theft of computerized information would not be tolerated by the courts. The issues were complex, the prosecution's tactics somewhat unorthodox, but the Chicago Task Force had proved sure-footed to date. Shadowhawk had been bagged on the wing in 1989 by the task force, and sentenced to 9 months in prison, and a $10,000 fine. The Shadowhawk case involved charges under Section 1030, the Federal Interest Computer Section. Shadowhawk had not in fact been a devotee of federal interest computers per se. On the contrary, Shadowhawk, who owned an AT&T home computer, seemed to cherish a special aggression toward AT&T. He had bragged on the Underground Board's Freak Class 2600 and Dr. Ripko of his skills at raiding AT&T. And of his intention to crash AT&T's national phone system. Shadowhawk's brags were noticed by Henry Klupfel of Belcore Security, scourge of the outlaw boards, whose relations with the Chicago Task Force were long and intimate. The task force successfully established that Section 1030 applied to the teenage Shadowhawk, despite the objections of his defense attorney. Shadowhawk had entered a computer owned by U.S. Missile Command and merely managed by AT&T. He had also entered an anti-computer located